Great. Let us get started with the next section. And in the first lecture, we are going to talk about the basic definition of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the practice of defending computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, networks, and data from malicious attacks that often hackers are trying to breach. It's also known as information technology security or electronic information security. Again, this term of cybersecurity applies in a variety of contexts from business to mobile computing, and it can be divided into a few common categories like network security, application security, information security, operational security, disaster recovery and business continuity, and user education. Now, as I said, the global threat continues to evolve at a rapid pace with a rising number of data breaches per year. Now, medical devices, retailers, and even public entities have experienced cyber attacks, and that is why we need cybersecurity. Another alternate definition of cybersecurity can be it is the application of technologies, processes, and controls to protect the systems, networks, programs, devices, and data from cyber attacks. It's like protecting something from something. So, cyber security is protection of computer systems, of hardware from malicious attacks. Now, people often get confused with information security and cybersecurity because they think that both the terms are exactly same. Well, today I would like to tell you that these terms are not at all same. Cybersecurity focuses on protecting the computer systems from unauthorized access, whereas information security is a broader category that looks to protect all the information assets. It can be digital copies of something, let's say video lectures or documents. It can be human resources. It can be monetary assets. It can be the employee's identity. It can be physical security. So everything that is under falls under the category of information security. So we can say that cybersecurity is a part of information security, but information security is a much broader category. So if anyone asks you the difference between a cybersecurity and information security, make sure that you understand this difference properly. And due to the rise of information security, cybersecurity is also on the front line. So, to have a quick recap of this lecture, cybersecurity is basically the application of technologies to defend the computer systems. It can be servers, they can be mobile electronic devices like your own laptop, your company's laptop, or your own mobile from the malicious attacks. And information security is a much broader category. So this is the difference, and this is the basic definition of cybersecurity, which you can see on the screen. Great. I hope you have understood the definition of cybersecurity. If you still have any doubts, please feel free to ask us in the Q&A portion. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the different types of cybersecurity. In the first one is going to be the network security. In the last lecture, we talked about the definition of cybersecurity. Now let us have a look at the different types of cybersecurity. Well, what is network security? The first type is network security. We all use internet today, right? Even you are watching this online course using the internet. Internet works as a network of different protocols. It is a combination of small networks and everything. In order to protect the network from cyber attacks, network security is in picture. So network security comprises of different security protocols like the IPsec protocol, which is very common. It again makes use of encryption and decryption, that is the cryptography, digital certificates, user account management, SSL protocol, TLS, VPNs, all this comes under the network security. So the domain which looks after the security of networks is known as network security. Next is application security. Now, many people, including us, use different applications. You use mobile applications, you use different apps, whether it is Mac or Mac iOS or Android, whether it is Windows application or a device. So every application also needs to be secured. If you're using an e-learning app, that e-learning app is going to store your data. So in order to protect that data, the application must be protected. So application security basically deals with all the factors that are required for an application to be completely secure, and which can help to secure the data of people or the users. Next is system security, which is like operating systems or firewalls or antivirus. Now, many of the employees will have a great amount of network and different operating systems in their company. So in order to protect those laptops or protect those devices, systems security is used. Physical security, as we had already discussed in the last couple of lectures, physical security deals with checking if the security guard is in place, or are the data centers properly protected, is access control mechanism properly installed, are the clean desk and clear screen policies being implemented in the organization. So all this comes under the domain of physical security. Next is personal security, wherein identity access management is one of the major areas into picture. So whether the employees are you using the systems properly, if they are using properly, what is the password management policy, how well is the account of the users being managed, this comes under the personal security. Organizational security, so in which business continuity management is one of the important factors. How organization is trying to protect its asset, whether the regular audits are being carried out, in what way the organization is implementing the security controls. All these questions are answered in organizational security. Then comes secure code development. Now this practice has been recently gained momentum, because what developers earlier used to do is they just used to develop a random software using the code, but again the code has to go through the quality checking process, the testing process, again alter the code to make it more secure. So this secure code development makes the code more secure right from the beginning. So secure code development is therefore directly related to the application security here. And last is cloud security. We all know that cloud has gained momentum in the last decade. So cloud security is very important, because most of the people have now started saving their documents, their data, their photos, their videos, everything on cloud. So that cloud must also be protected, right? That is why Google Drive, Azure, Amazon Web Services have large teams of professionals in the cloud development model to specifically secure the cloud. Now, these are just the types which I've just told you as a basic introduction, but again, there are many other types of securities. For example, asset security, asset management, again, financial security, monetary security. So all these securities are also into picture, but for this course, you just need to have the basic idea of these types of security. Great. In the next lecture, we'll go through the history of cybersecurity. We'll understand how this cybersecurity word got formed and when exactly did it start to have the security need for organizations right now. Great. Keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. It's interesting enough to understand the history of cybersecurity, because security has come a very long way over the past half century. Starting out as a bit of practical joke between our colleagues back in 1960s, the steady rise of technology in the years that have followed now has made information security a huge issue. Even large companies that you may be knowing like Yahoo, Microsoft, and Google have each been targeted by hackers in the past decade. Plus, while cyber safety has improved hugely over the years, we all know one of a very important cyber attack, that is 2017's WannaCry cyber attack, proved that it is not just information security that has evolved over the years, but even hackers and computer viruses have too. Well, 1960s, it was during the 1960s when organizations first started to become more protective of their information systems. They started to think about how they can protect the data, how they can, protect these systems from external attacks. During this time, there was no internet or network to worry about. So, security was largely focused more on physical measures and preventing access to people with enough knowledge about how to work a computer. In order to do this, in 1960s, passwords and multiple layers of security protection were added to the devices. First, the safety measures were also implemented to ensure that the stored data was protected. After all, there was no iCloud available back in those days, so computers had to be secured by different means. 1970s saw the Creeper program. Now, cybersecurity's history began with a research project in the 1970s on what was then known as the ARPANET, that is the Advanced Research Projects Agency Network. A researcher named Bob Thomas created a computer program which was able to move the ARPANET's network, leaving a small trail wherever it went. He named that program as the Creeper program because of its printed message that was left like, "I am the creeper, catch me if you can." Then Ray Tomlinson, that is the man who invented the email, later designed the program which took Creeper to the next level, making it the self-replicating and the first ever computer worm. Now, Thomas and Tomlinson's programs may have been designed as a bit of mess around, but again, they actually served a highly important purpose, revealing a number of flaws in the ARPANET. 1980s, the world of internet. Now, over the years that followed, computers started to become more and more connected. The computer viruses also became an issue as they also changed to advanced technologies. The Russians, for example, began using cyber power as a weapon. No offense to Russia, it's just the history that I'm telling you. So when it comes to the Russians, again, along with Russians, even German computer hacker Marcus Hess used to steal the US military secrets. 2 years later, in 1988, the birth of the world famous Morris worm, if I'm right. It's Morris worm. Morris worm was one of the major turning points in the history of information security. Network usage began to expand rapidly, and more universities, militaries, and governments became connected to it. That meant that the security measures required had to gradually become more expensive as well. Now, the Morris worm, which is named after its inventor Robert Morris, the worm was designed to propagate across network, infiltrate the terminals using a known bug, and then copy itself. However, its ability to self-replicate would be its downfall, as worms replicated so aggressively that it rendered the targeted computers inoperable and slowed the internet to a crawling pace. Now, this Morris worm led to the formation of Computer Emergency Response Team, that is the CERT, in order to prevent further issues and cyber attacks. 1990s saw the rise of firewalls. Now, with the internet becoming available to the public, more and more people began putting their personal information online. Because of this, organized crime entities saw this as a potential source of revenue and started to steal data from people and the governments through the internet. By the middle of the 90s, network security threats had increased exponentially, and firewalls and antivirus programs had to be produced on a mass basis to protect the public. It was a NASA researcher who created the very first firewall program following a computer virus attack at the California base. The researcher and their team created a virtual firewall which they modeled on the physical structures that prevent the spread of actual fires within the buildings or structures. In 2000, sorry, it's going backwards. Okay. In 2000, security laws were introduced. So governments began to clamp down on the criminality of hacking, giving much more serious sentences to those hackers. Information security continued to advance as the internet grew, but unfortunately, the viruses were also growing. Hackers quickly became able to create viruses that could not, no, no, not they could not only target the specific organizations, but they again targeted the whole cities, states, and even continents as well. 2010 was the era of major breaches. So in 2013, Edward Snowden, a former CIA employee and a contractor for the US government, copied and leaked the classified information from the National Security Agency. So that was one major breach. In 2014, the Yahoo incident was very famous. Yahoo was attacked and the total revenue decreased by around $350 million, if I'm not wrong. And 2017 was WannaCry attack, which is very popular. If you ask anyone about WannaCry attack, it's very famous. WannaCry targeted computers running the Microsoft Windows operating system and demanded ransom payments in the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. In only one day, the worm infected over 230 100,000 computers across 150 countries. So, and they demanded a huge ransom. So, while each of these data breaches were incredibly severe, thankfully, a number of companies exist to offer solutions. So, it's not at all bad. It was just a history of security. However, on a more personal level, it is vital for you to understand why security is important, and that is why I wanted to give you an overview of history of cybersecurity. Just imagine yourself in 1990s where there were no security people, where there were no firewalls or people who were expert in security. If you lost something, just consider it's gone. But today, there are many tools and techniques through which you can even recover the lost files. So this was the history of cybersecurity. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the key terms that you need to understand before you move ahead in the course. We are going to discuss a lot of terms, so stay tuned and keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. In the last lecture, we talked about the different vulnerability terms and different cybersecurity terms that you should be aware of. In this lecture, we are going to talk about a very common term that most of you must have heard, and that is vulnerability assessment. A vulnerability assessment is a systematic review of the security weaknesses in an information system. It evaluates if the system is susceptible to any known vulnerabilities and assigns the severity levels to those vulnerabilities and then recommends the remediation or mitigation, whatever is necessary. In simple words, it is a process of identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing the vulnerabilities in a system. Now, why you need to do a vulnerability assessment? So examples of threat, let's say, that can be prevented by doing such assessment can be SQL injection or cross-site scripting or code injection attacks. If you're completely new to these terms, I would say do not worry, because in the later part of this course, we are going to see all of these terms. Again, if there are any threats related to escalation of privileges due to faulty authentication mechanisms, even that can be identified with the help of a vulnerability assessment. So vulnerability assessments are typically performed in the following steps. First, the vulnerability assessor. Now, who is a vulnerability assessor? Obviously, the person who has a good knowledge of hacking. So he is a hacker, right? But is he or she a bad hacker? No. The person who performs a vulnerability assessment is known as a penetration tester or an ethical hacker. So first is cataloging the assets and capabilities in a system, what all resources are present in the system, which resources are more vulnerable to the outside world. All these things are first noted down. Then the vulnerability assessor assigns quantifiable value and importance to those resources. For example, identities of users is topmost importance, right? Whereas a file which can be obtained, let's say a free PDF file which can be obtained through 3 or 4 traversals on the website, is not that important because it is already available on the internet for free. So in such cases, the quantifiable value is assigned to various resources. The next step is the penetration tester or the ethical hacker identifies the vulnerabilities or the potential threats to each of the resources. Now, the security scanning process consists of 4 basic steps. The first is testing, second is analysis, third is assessment, and fourth is remediation. That is mitigating or eliminating the most serious vulnerabilities for the most valuable resources first. Now, when it comes to vulnerability identification, the objective of this step is to draft a comprehensive list of all the application's security vulnerabilities. Now, security analysts test the security health of the applications, servers, or other systems by scanning them with the automated tools that are already available in the market. Next is vulnerability analysis. The objective of vulnerability analysis step is to identify the source and the root cause of vulnerabilities. For example, if you do not eliminate a cause from its root, obviously there are going to be consequences even after removing some part of the vulnerability. And the third step is risk assessment. So the objective of risk assessment is to prioritize the vulnerabilities. As I said, assigning the quantifiable value comes under risk assessment. The next step is remediation, which is the fourth step here. The objective of this step is the closing of security gaps. It's typically a joint effort by the security staff of the organization, the development and the operations team, who determine the most effective path for the remediation and mitigation of each vulnerability. It can include the introduction of new security procedures, implementing new security measures, and introducing the staff to the new security tools in the market. It can also include updation of all the operational packages and patches, and development and implementation of a patch vulnerability. So, vulnerability assessment cannot be one-off activity. So it's like you cannot do the activity once in a year and the rest of the year is you are risk free. It's not like that. Organizations who really care about their assets carry out vulnerability assessments at least once in a month. Now, there are some organizations which have inside vulnerability assessment, and there are some organizations who hire people to do the job for them. For example, let's say PQR is a company whose main focus is to provide IT service management facilities like development and developing more applications, databases, etc. Now, for them, it is not necessary to have an inbuilt penetration testing or a vulnerability assessment staff. So what do is they hire ethical hackers and carry out the vulnerability assessment either for their clients or for their own database. But if a company is large enough, let's say like Amazon or even Oracle, they have their own security department in which these analysts are working day and night to prevent such vulnerabilities. So in this case, it is the process of identifying the risks and the computers in the network vulnerabilities and other parts of the IT ecosystem. Now, one of the most important question is why these assessments are important, or should organizations really focus much time on these assessments? The answer to this question is obviously yes. Early and consistent identification of the threats and the weaknesses in the IT security will obviously help the organization in patching those vulnerabilities instead of getting it exploited. And most cybersecurity compliance and regulatory needs satisfy when the tests or assessments are made. In this way, vulnerability assessments are carried out, and even during security audits, the auditors ask for these reports. So if you are working in an organization in the security department, make sure that the organizations carry out vulnerability assessments and take this very seriously. Now, the reason behind most of the data breaches is many organizations ignore the monthly vulnerability assessments. Either some organizations do it bi-yearly, that is 2 times in a year, or quarterly. But according to many security consultants and experts, vulnerability assessment is a regular process. It is not a one-time process. So every month there must be at least one vulnerability assessment of the organization. So on this note, we will end this lecture. In the next lecture, we will talk about the importance of vulnerability assessment. Although I have explained you the importance of vulnerability assessment in this lecture, in next lecture, we'll see in much more detail. All right, keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. Let us have a look at the importance of vulnerability assessments. Yes, it is important for the security of the organization, but again, I would like to ask the question, why? Security researchers, bug bounty programs, and product vendors are discovering and reporting new vulnerabilities daily. Now, these vulnerabilities are frequently caused by either coding errors or by security misconfigurations. Now, coding errors include the failure to check the user input, which allows the attackers to improperly access the system memory or data. Well, you must be curious how this happens, so we are going to see in the ethical hacking section. Now, WannaCry attack, which we had discussed in the history of cybersecurity part, if you remember, it was a massive ransomware attack affecting organizations around the globe, and it targeted the Eternal Blue vulnerability, which was first reported on April 14, 2017, before being used in WannaCry attack in May 12. So within a span of 1 month, almost all these organizations did have the time to patch the vulnerability, right? But did they patch the vulnerability? No. And on May 12, the attack was carried out and hundreds and thousands of computers were compromised. That is why a vulnerability assessment informs organizations on the weaknesses present in their environment. It provides a way to detect and resolve the security problems by ranking the vulnerabilities before someone can exploit them. So that is what I was saying in the last lecture, is that the organizations hire experts, third party experts, to identify the weaknesses for them so that a bad actor won't identify. For organizations seeking to reduce their security risk, a vulnerability assessment is a good place to start. Operating systems are there, networks are there, the applications are there. So these are scanned in order to identify the root of vulnerabilities, which can be found out by different ethical hackers and a team of security experts. Again, it also helps in identifying the threats and weaknesses at the earliest. As I said, on May 12th, the first vulnerability, on April 14th, the first WannaCry vulnerability, that is Eternal Blue, was identified. And after that, after almost a span of 1 month, the entire attack of WannaCry was carried out. So if those organizations who already patched the vulnerabilities after it was reported was saved from the attack, but those who didn't failed, and therefore their systems got compromised. Vulnerability assessments does provide a thorough inclusive assessment of hardware and software assets, identifying different vulnerabilities, and it provides the different risk score for each vulnerability. Now, a regular assessment program assists organizations with managing their risk in the face of an ever evolving threat environment, identifying and scoring vulnerabilities so that attackers do not catch the organizations unprepared. That is why a VA report or a vulnerability assessment is very important. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the 10 steps of vulnerability assessment which you need to keep in your mind, because if anyone asks you during your interviews, or if you're saying you have done cybersecurity, you must understand the 10 basic steps of vulnerability assessment. All right, keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. Excellent. Let us move on to the next lecture in which we are going to talk about the need of cybersecurity. Most of you already know the answer, so let us have a quick recap. The availability of internet has transformed the world to a greater extent. Do you agree with this point? You should, because yes, in the early 2000 there was not internet to that much extent, but in the last decade the use of internet has rapidly increased and it has also transformed the entire world to a greater extent. Until the last decade, people weren't even aware that wireless transactions could be even made. But nowadays we can just transfer the wire over the internet, or we can just transfer the money over the internet, pardon me. So that is why security is very important in order to save your money. So yes, the internet has transformed the world, but so is the risk of increasing cyber attacks. That is why we need cybersecurity to tackle all these issues. The next is wide use of internet has resulted in an increase in cyber crimes. Obviously, you use internet in banking, you use internet in secure coding, you use internet to store your photos, personal data, you use internet to avail different infrastructure services, for example, cloud. You use internet to communicate with your employees or your family and friends. You use internet to watch e-learning videos. All right. So just see in what everything around us is, you're bound to the internet. And that is why with the increased use of internet, information that is being exchanged over the internet is also increasing. And that is why the need to preserve, the need to save, protect this information is really important. And that is why we need security experts and security measures in place to protect your data from getting into the hands of attackers. Society has become more dependent on technology in the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, you are locked in a room, you are not allowed to go out, and you're not allowed to hug your friends, you're not allowed to meet different people, you're not allowed to even shake hands. So what are you going to do? You're obviously going to take out your smartphones, start binge watching Netflix, or you have to start learning different things. You're going to start having a video call with your friends. So people have become more dependent on technology. And one more thing, professionals like us have to work from home. So, we all have become more dependent on technology, and that is why the need for security is also increasing. People in the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a sudden rise in the use of internet, and so is, I had read in the newspaper that the number of Gmail accounts created in the pandemic period has almost skyrocketed. Many people became active on the internet. Even senior citizens started using internet to watch, their kind of things like TV serials or, daily soaps or their local shows. So that is why society started using the internet, and therefore the security professionals had a tremendous responsibility on their shoulders to prevent the data that is being exchanged on the internet. Now, there is a company called Risk Based Security. It revealed that 7.9 billion records have been exposed by data breaches in the first 9 months of 2019 alone. Now, we are talking about 2019. I had explained a graph of 2018-17, and if you remember, the major difference between 17 and 18 was tremendous. And right now we are in the 2021. So although if you go and search on the internet about the data for 2020, the data is, you will see that there were numerous cyber crimes happened in the year 2020. So that is why, in order to mitigate those attacks and prevent such attacks from happening in the future, you need security in place. The next point is, with the development of technological industry, yes, there is a need to prevent the confidential data. As I said, you are locked in a room, you're not allowed to go out during the lockdown. Obviously you will start sharing information through different messaging apps. Am I right? Yes. So in order to prevent that confidential data, you have to have security. Let's say if you are working and you want to your company has created an account on their system for you, and the company wants to tell you the password. Obviously Gmail is secure, but in spite of telling the password or the account credentials in person, the manager has to send the details through internet. Now, I'm not saying Gmail or WhatsApp is not safe. That is a controversial topic. But yeah, you are sharing information through internet, and that is why you need security to protect that confidential data. All right. Not everyone is equipped with the security knowledge. That is why training and awareness about cybersecurity has also increased in the 20th century. And the last point is, even financial sectors and healthcare sectors and educational sectors have started facing cyber crimes. Take the example of you. Right now, you're sitting here listening to my lecture over the internet, and you are using internet to access these lectures, right? Even the schools have started delivering lectures through online portals. So in that way, due to increased use of technology and more dependency on internet, there is a need for cybersecurity. So I hope this lecture gave you the clear idea why we need cybersecurity. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the different organizations associated in the field of cybersecurity and information security in general. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. All right, you are doing a great job by learning and coming to this point of the course. So now let us have a look at the different organizations which are in the security industry and providing services to the world by mitigating against the different cyber attacks. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is Women in Cybersecurity. So Women in Cybersecurity is an organization which was established by Dr. Ambareen Siraj of Tennessee Tech University through a national foundation grant with the collaboration of all the women, male allies and advocates with a strong mission to introduce the women of the world in the field of cybersecurity. So WICYS is an organization specially designed for women where recruitment, retention and advancement of women in cybersecurity happens. The next is the SANS Institute, which stands for Sysadmin Audit Network Security, which was launched in 1989 as a cooperative for information security thought leadership. So it is SANS' ongoing mission to empower cybersecurity professionals with the practical skills and the knowledge they need to make our world a safer place. So SANS has their own certifications, they have their own scholarships, they have their own degree programs and even various certifications and resources to meet the needs of every cyber professionals. So the instructors will find on SANS are highly qualified professionals. It's not like anyone can become an instructor when it comes to SANS, but they are really qualified professionals. The next is OWASP. The Open Web Application Security Project, OWASP, is a non-profit foundation that works to improve the security of software. Now, through community-led open source software projects, hundreds of local chapters worldwide, there are tens of thousands of members leading the educational and training conferences from OWASP. OWASP is mainly into the web domain, which provides the tools and resources, community and networking, and education and training of all the things which come under the web platform. Next is ISA, that is Information Systems Security Association, which is also an institute which deals with information security, and there is a college of information security and it also provides information security resources. And then is FIRST, that is First stands for the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, which is a premier organization and recognized global leader in information security incident response. The membership in FIRST enables incident response teams to perform more effectively and respond to security incidents following their own framework. Now, these were the organizations that work for security, and now these are the organizations that are very renowned for security education. The first is ISACA, which stands for Information Systems Audit and Control Association. ISACA is an organization which provides quality educational trainings to cybersecurity and information security professionals who want to excel in the field of audits and controls. So if you navigate into many job profiles, certifications from ISACA add a great value, and to be really honest with you, these certifications have more value than your actual degrees. Again, these certifications are very costly and very hard to crack. So for example, if you want to crack the CISA certification, that is Certified Information Systems Auditor, you must study for at least 5 to 6 months properly before you can crack and pass the CISA exam. The next is ISC Square, which stands for International Information System Security Certification Consortium, which is again a non-profit organization which specialization is training and certifications for cybersecurity professionals. Their renowned certification is CISSP, that is Certified Information Systems Security Professional, which is very renowned. It's extremely renowned, and ISC Square has almost more than 150,000 members globally. Next is EC Council. Again, EC Council is an organization which provides training related to the hacking area. It provides in hands-on hacking practicals like CEH certification, then ECSA, that is EC Council Certified Security Analyst certification, hacking forensic investigation. So it's all related to the hacking part, whereas the ISACA and ISC Square are more of a management side. Again, CompTIA. CompTIA is a very good training organization which provides certifications right from basics of computers to the networks to the security, then the core security and pen testing. So it's a great certification provider when it comes to information security, and I recommend many students to check out their Network Plus and Security Plus certifications. And the last one is IAPP, that is International Association of Privacy Professionals. Again, IAPP comes under the management side domain, that is governance and compliance or data privacy. And these two, EC Council and CompTIA, are more into the hands-on practical things of security. So this one, and this one. If you go and check any profile on LinkedIn of a security professional having minimum of 5 years of experience, you will find certification from each of these certification bodies. So what I would suggest is, after taking this course, you should definitely prepare for EC Council's CEH certification, and then you should go for CompTIA's Security Plus. I'm not endorsing anyone. This is not a paid partnership or kind of video thing. I'm just telling you for the sake of your career. Okay. So this was all for this lecture, where we talked about the different organizations when it came to information security. In the next lecture, we'll have a brand new section. Well, can you guess? Okay. Hacking, malware, cyber attacks. Yes, we are going to see the different actors in cybersecurity. These are not the actors of Hollywood or Bollywood, but these are the actors of cybersecurity. Well, forgive me for lame jokes, but on a serious note, next section is going to be really very important. I want your eyes and ears open and your mind as well. Great. Keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, let us have a look at the different roles in cybersecurity, because before you move ahead with the actual cybersecurity, you should have the knowledge of different roles in this field. So the first thing is penetration tester. Penetration testers help the business and the organizations identify the security weaknesses in their information systems network which affect their digital assets and the computer networks. Some hold in house positions with permanent employers functioning as a part of internal cybersecurity or information technology. Others work specialized firms to provide penetration testing services, as I had mentioned in the previous lectures. Now, the industries that deal with high volumes of sensitive, personal, classified, or proprietary information tend to bring penetration testers on high demand on high numbers. Some employers place on more emphasis on the candidate's knowledge and experience than their formal education backgrounds. That is why I always press on the line that knowledge is more important than finishing the course or having a certification. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average salary of information security analysts or penetration testers between 2018 and 2019 is around $100,000 per year in the United States. Again, this number is subject to change with many factors like experience, the profile, knowledge, degree, and certification. So, what actually penetration testing or penetration testers require? Well, they require a solid understanding of networking, and most of the employers prefer those candidates who at least have some basic knowledge of computer networks, because unless and until you have the knowledge of computer networks, you won't be able to crack the network systems. Then programming language or scripting or coding is very important. Testers with good working knowledge of scripting and coding can save a great deal of time on individual assessments. Thus, they offer a great value to their employers. Command on the operating systems. That's right. You might have heard that most of the penetration testers use Kali Linux as an operating system, and therefore penetration testing professionals need the advanced knowledge of the operating systems they attempt to hack or breach in conducting their assessments. Mostly Windows operating system is used by many organizations, but in order to get into the Windows operating system, Kali operating system or the Linux operating system is helpful. Teamwork and desire to learn is also very important. Now, hackers and cyber criminals constantly change their strategies and tactics and technology that continually evolves. So, penetration testing professionals need to stay updated on the latest developments, and that is why people who are keen to learn, those candidates which are always in the learning phase, are preferred by the employers. And lastly, report writing and verbal communication. Now, team members must articulate their findings, right? Whatever you have found out in the assessment or penetration test, you should be able to note down so that the upper management should be able to understand it. For example, if you are a penetration tester working for my organization and I am the upper management, being the upper management, I am CISA qualified, I am CSAM qualified, I am ISO qualified. Now, I don't know how you have executed the XSS query, but I do know what XSS is, but I don't know what Python is. I don't know how to code. So, you should be able to write the report in such a way that I can understand what exactly is the vulnerability, what is the root cause of the vulnerability, and what impact can this vulnerability have on my organization. And that is why strong writing skills serve penetration testing professionals well, because their duties include producing a lot of reports so that the upper management can understand. So this was for penetration testing. Pen testers spend most of their time conducting the assessments and running tests. Now, these duties may target internal or external assets, and testers can work both on site and remotely. So, if you want to know about a day in the life of a penetration tester, so generally during the morning, the tester or the testing team decides on a strategy for the project at hand and sets up the required tools. In some cases, this involves rounding up of what professional calls as open source intelligence or OSINT. In the afternoon, teams carry out the tests. They spent the morning designing the tests, and teams sometimes subdivide into smaller groups, with one group playing the role of how hostile hackers and other playing the duties of internal people. Thus, pen testers' requirements involve many different responsibilities, out of which we have discussed the important skills. Again, I'm telling you the salary may change, so don't come running to me that you said I will get $100,000 salary. It's not like that, it depends upon different factors. All right, in the next lecture, we'll talk about information security analyst. Let us get started with the fundamentals of cryptography. Now, why do we use cryptography? Before we answer that question, cryptography goes way back into the history. Basically, cryptography was used to deliver messages during wartime and during battles. So when cryptography was basically used to deliver the message from a king to the army so that the enemy won't understand what exactly they're trying to tell. And it goes way back to German, I'm sorry, way back to Greek and Roman period, where Caesar ciphers and stream ciphers, substitution ciphers were basically used. Apart from that, modern cryptography got a great boom in the 20th century or in the late 19th century. So if you have seen a movie, The Imitation Game, of in which depicts the use of cryptography of Benedict Cumberbatch, so he has played the role of Alan Turing really well, and I must say that if you have interest in cryptography, you must go and watch that movie because it explains everything. How his team was able to break the Enigma machine of Germans, and which successfully led the attack of Normandy, and how England won the war. Apart from that, cryptography is basically nothing but conversion of a regular plain data into a complex series of random alphabets. So whatever you pass into the algorithm, output is a gibberish text. You don't understand what exactly is the output. And there are many algorithms used to do exactly the output, to give the output. Again, cryptography is used to prevent the confidentiality and integrity of data. We have already seen the elements of information security in the introduction part of this course. So, what is confidentiality? Basically, confidentiality is to avoid unauthorized access to the information which is supposed to be known for only authorized people, and integrity is maintaining the state of data. So to achieve all these objectives, we need to keep data secure. And how do we keep data secure? By basically using cryptography. So that is the main reason we use cryptography. And cryptography has become very common these days. These transactions, that happen through the internet are all encrypted, or whatever you send through emails is also encrypted and then decrypted at the receiver's end in order to maintain the confidentiality. So almost everything, everywhere cryptography is used, and it is very common, and hence that is why it is very important to understand cryptography. Now, as I told you in the last lecture, what most of the people do is they directly dive into the mathematical formulations of cryptography. Well, if you are really an expert, you can do that. But what I'd suggest you is you first understand what cryptography is, and then you may try to learn the mathematical point of view. So, cryptography, as I said, is very important for data privacy. Nowadays, we all know how important data is to you. That is why, if you want to maintain a data privacy, you have to have cryptography in place. Now, I'm not saying cryptography is the only solution to prevent data, it can aid the privacy of data, and that is why, when it comes to ISO 27001, that is information security management systems, they do have cryptographic controls in place in order to check whether the organization is following those controls while maintaining the integrity of information systems. All right, so let us have a look at the elements that helps us to achieve during cryptography. So basically, cryptography helps in maintaining the information confidential. It also helps to avoid any unnecessary edits to the data, and hence it aids in keeping the data integrity. Using cryptography, you can also achieve availability of data, so that if data is secure, it can be available to you when and wherever it is needed. We can also maintain the authenticity of people using cryptography. We have already discussed about authentication and access control previously in this course. So if you want to know more about that, I suggest you to go back to that section. All right. So yes, authenticity, validating the user's identity using cryptography is also very common. I hope you have understood why we need cryptography. Basically, keep these elements in mind. So, if anyone asks you the main reason behind using cryptography, you just have to answer these 3 points. Cryptography helps in achieving confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information security, and you'll get full marks. Okay, in the next lecture what we'll do is we'll start with these two types of cryptography, which are very common. Again, there are many types. Okay, I'm repeating this word. This course is not for those people who want to master cryptography, all right, because it would take a lot of time to have a course on cryptography. We are just going to go through fundamentals so that you will understand cryptography really well, because it is more important for you to understand cryptography than to have complete knowledge. So in the next lecture we will talk about these two types of cryptography, and I'm pretty sure that my explanation will make it really easy for you to keep those concepts in your mind. It will really help you to clear the things. All right, keep this momentum going. You're doing a great job. You have almost completed the course. Now it's just some sort of lectures which are remaining. We'll soon get done with the entire course. I will see you in the next lecture. We are making a great progress towards asymmetric encryption and cryptography. We have already discussed about what is cryptography and what is symmetric encryption. Now let us move on to the next part of cryptography, which is asymmetric encryption. As the name suggests, it's not symmetric, which means there are two keys which are used to encrypt and decrypt the message. So one key is used to lock your house and different key is used to unlock your house. So these two keys in asymmetric encryption are known as public key and private key, which means that you can lock with public key and you can unlock with private key. So they are, a pair. Or you can unlock with private key and lock with public key. So the first option here is you have to encrypt with the public key. So if there is any document you want to send over, you have to encrypt with public key and then you can decrypt with private key. Or you can encrypt with the private key and then decrypt with the public key. So now, which one is more secure over here? And it's like if Alice wants to send something, both the keys should be of Alice. You can't encrypt with public key of Bob and then decrypt with private key of Alice. That doesn't work. The algorithm is not designed in that way. Or you cannot encrypt with Bob's private key and then decrypt with Alice's public key. So what you can do here is if you want to send me data, if you want to send me a document, you can either encrypt with my public key here and then I will decrypt it with my private key, or you can encrypt with my private key and then I will decrypt with my public key. So which one is more secure? Now before that, public key is of public knowledge, which means there is a repository and public key is available to everyone. Anyone can access your public key. For example, if you're using WhatsApp, when you're trying to converse, you can see in your settings that there's an option which says this chat is end-to-end encrypted, which means that the public key of you and your friend is stored in the WhatsApp database and the internal application can access anyone's public key, but private key is stored to you. So in couple of times I will give you time to think which one is more secure over here. So these are the examples of asymmetric encryption. The Rivest, Shamir, Adleman, these three people were outstanding minds. They developed this algorithm which is used as asymmetric encryption. Then, as I explained in the last lecture, the Diffie-Hellman key exchange. ECC stands for elliptic curve cryptography. It's very modern cryptography. It's hugely vague and advanced. And then we have El-Gamal cryptography. Along with that, we have the digital signature algorithm. Nowadays, you must have heard about this word very often. This word right here, digital signature. Every one of us is using digital signature. So this algorithm is also very common. Yes, we are going to talk about DSA in upcoming lectures. And as we know, symmetric encryption was known as private key encryption or secure key encryption, but asymmetric encryption is known as public key encryption. Why it is called public key encryption? Well, this is a hint for you for this problem here. Why this is called as a public key encryption, we will see in some couple of lectures. The drawback is that since there is involvement of two different keys and different prime numbers and generators, asymmetric encryption takes more time than symmetric encryption. Obviously, if you have two different keys to unlock and lock the same thing, it will take time, right? But if you have one key, you can do it very quickly. So asymmetric encryption takes a lot of time as compared to symmetric encryption. So these are the examples of asymmetric encryption. RSA, it has a key generation algorithm and it has a signature generation and then verification algorithm. In the same way, Diffie-Hellman is this formula. So this formula is very important. N is equal to G raised to K mod P. What are the elements? What is N? What is G? What is K? What is P? we will be exploring when we have a different lecture on the Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. For time being, what you need to remember is there are two different keys. Just let me erase. I'll just mark some important points. All right. So what you have to remember is you have to take care that there are two different keys, public key and private key. Decide which one is more beneficial. You have to remember RSA, Diffie-Hellman, DSA, and the drawback. It is very important. So these 5 to 6 points are very important if you want to crack any question when it comes to asymmetric encryption. In the next lecture, we will be talking about working of asymmetric encryption. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. All right. In the last lecture, we did talk about the working of asymmetric encryption. Now we will talk about the in the last lecture, we talked about the asymmetric encryption. In this lecture, we will talk about working of asymmetric encryption. So right here, we have our friend Bob and we have Alice. Now, Bob wants to send some important documents to Alice over the internet. So let us see, using asymmetric encryption, how he can securely send those important documents. Well, let us consider this is the original document that Bob has, and he cannot send the document as it is, right? He has to encrypt it because he wants to send it securely. Now, this is Alice's public key, right? So if any one of you has confirmed that you have to encrypt with public key and then decrypt with private key of the same person, then you are right. Now, if I wanted to encrypt with private key, it's not possible because I don't have the other person's private key. It has to be the private key is supposed to be with the person himself. You're not allowed to share your private key, or the app doesn't allow to share the private keys. So what you can do is you can take the public key, which is publicly available. So you can take the public key, you can use an encryption algorithm, and then you can get the encrypted document. Finally, what you can do now, once you have this encrypted document, it's encrypted with the public key, all right, of public key. You will send this document. Now Alice will receive this encrypted document. What she will do is she will use her private key, because if you have encrypted with a public key, you can only decrypt with private key. And since Bob has encrypted with Alice's public key, she can only decrypt with her private key. And Alice's private key is with her. So Alice can then run the decryption algorithm and then she will get the original document. So what you can understand here is this is the encryption process and this is the decryption process. So in this way, these two different keys are used for asymmetric encryption. So the bottom line here is you have to encrypt with the receiver's public key and then you have to decrypt with receiver's private key. This is the base working of asymmetric encryption. Make sure that you have understood this working, because this is the exact same working we are going to use in case of digital signature algorithm. Now, since here there are two different keys used, the protection is more, but again it takes more time. So right now you're only seeing only one document, but in the internet thousands of millions of documents and emails get exchanged in 1 second. So you have to have some method in order to make symmetric encryption work. So what is that method? We will see in the next lecture, where we'll have a look at the Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. So if you have any doubts regarding asymmetric encryption or symmetric encryption, you may ask us through the question and answer portal. We are always welcome to solve your doubts. All right, let us get started now with Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. In the last lecture, we talked about the digital signatures. Now, let us have a practical look at how digital signatures work. The reason I have used graphics here and animations is for you to understand, because I'm a man of pragmatism, and I believe in using practical things to demonstrate. I'm not just going to write out points and let you read them. So again, this is our dear friend Bob. He has a document and now he wants to send this document over email to Alice, obviously his friend. And now he wants Alice to believe that Bob has signed the document. Let's say this is a contract and Bob has signed the contract. So Bob has to attach his digital signature. So how is the process? So this is the original document. Okay, you're on the same page, everyone. Now what Bob does is Bob hashes this original document, and even though the document is of 5 pages, 11 pages, 200 pages, or 1 page, output of SHA 256 is going to be of a fixed length. So this is the hash of this document. And now what Bob does is Bob encrypts this hash with his own private key. All right, he's not going to encrypt with Alice's public key, because this time Alice wants to check if the document I have received is from Bob's and if Bob has signed. So if Alice is able to unlock this document or unlock this hash value with help of Bob's public key, then only she'll believe that this document has been sent over by Bob. So what Bob does is Bob encrypts this hash of this document. So Bob encrypts this hash of this original document here, and what he does is he gets an encrypted hash value. So, and this is the digitally signed document. So digitally signed document is a combination of the original document and the encrypted hash. So when you attach the original document along with the encrypted hash and then send it over to someone, that is known as a digitally signed document. Okay, now let's have a look at this scenario. So now Alice has received the digitally signed document from Bob, and now Alice wants to know if Bob is the one who has sent and signed the document. So along with the digital signed document, she knows that it's a combination of original document and it's a combination of encrypted hash. As I told you a couple of minutes ago, that if now this encrypted hash is this is an encrypted hash. So if she wants to get the original hash, she has to decrypt the hash. Since Bob has encrypted this hash with his private key, and we know that asymmetric encryption works if something is encrypted with private key and decrypted with public key, or vice versa, of the same person. So now since this hash is encrypted with Bob's private key, Alice has to find out his public key, which is publicly available. So what she does first is she has got the original document. So she again uses the same SHA-256 algorithm to generate a hash value. Okay, so now see, she has this hash value over here, and again she uses Bob's public key to get the hash which was sent by Bob of the original document. So now if these two hashes match, okay, so if these two hashes match, then Alice can say that the document has been digitally signed by document. Obviously, because see, this is the hash value of the document which was first sent by the Bob. Let's go down to back previous slide over here. So we can see Bob has hashed the original document over here, and this is the hash value which he has encrypted. So Alice is just following the reverse process of this. She's just following the reverse process of what Bob had done earlier. So this is the way in which digital signatures work, and if these two hash values are exactly same, we can say that Bob is the one who has signed the document digitally. I hope my explanation with graphics was pretty clear. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask. I will be happy to answer your questions. And if not, I don't think you'll get a pretty clear explanation out there about digital signatures. But this is the best possible explanation that I've given to you. All right. So in the next lecture, we'll talk about SSL, that is Secure Sockets Layer. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. This is the last lecture of this wonderful section of cryptography. So let us conclude this section by starting with certificate authority. Now, who is a certificate authority? Certificate authority is an organization which issues a digital certificate to its user. So it's the topmost organization in any digital security which has the ability to authenticate a user based on certain verification of credentials. So, certificate authority is one who assures the identity of a person. So, basically, they take some sort of verification and then they issue the digital certificate to the person, stating that, okay, I have identified the person. So, now let us consider we have our friend Bob over here, and this is the certificate authority right over here. So Bob wants to get verified from this certificate authority. So in order to get verified and get a digital certificate from him, he sends his public key to the certificate authority. He will never send his private key because his private key is his own belonging and he should never share it to anyone, even if it's the certificate authority. Bob sends this public key to certificate authority. Now certificate authority asks Bob for some verification type things, and once they have verified Bob, they issue the digital certificate to Bob. So now Bob has the digital certificate from this authority, and therefore Bob can use this digital certificate for signing different documents. And so if someone wants to check the legitimacy, so if Bob has to send some documents to Alice can simply see if the digital certificate is valid, and if it is valid, she has no option but to trust, because after all, this digital certificate has been issued by a legitimate certificate authority. There are many authorities. There is a hierarchy of authority. And we will try to include some practical based on digital signatures as well. So if you want to know more, stay tuned. Keep on checking the content every month. There will be some sort of new additions as well. So apart from this, I really enjoyed you teaching this wonderful section. So I don't know if there are any more lectures in front, because my team is constantly working to deliver new content. So I'll not say this is the last lecture of this course, but again, all the very best. If it is the last lecture, all the very best for your future. And if you have any doubts regarding your careers, you can always ask through the Q&A section. I'm free to support you. All right, so all the best, keep moving forward and keep learning. It's been a great pleasure teaching you cybersecurity. So let us begin with a brand new section. In this chapter, I'll tell you all about the networking devices I've introduced so far. You must have heard the word names of hubs, routers in previous lessons, and you might have wondered what these devices actually mean. Well, in this section, I'll get into much greater detail about each and every device. And yes, I'm going to present even more of them to you in this entire section of networking devices. Now, because all the components that you will learn about shortly are typically found in today's networks and internetwork, it's very important for you to be familiar with them. We'll start by covering the more common network devices that you would most likely come across, and then move on to discuss some of the most specialized common devices that you may or even may not find running in a network. I'll finish this section by using examples on how to discuss routers, hubs and switches work within the internetworking models. By now, you should be fairly savvy regarding the various types of network media and connections. So it's time to learn about some of the devices they'll hook up are commonly found on today's network. First, I'll define the basic terms, then later in this section, I'll show you how these devices actually work within a network. At that time, I'll give you more detailed descriptions of these devices and the terminologies associated with them. Now, because these devices connect network entities, they are known as connectivity devices. Now, here's a list of the devices that I'll be teaching throughout this section. First is the network interface card, that is the NIC. Then we'll talk about hub, bridge, basic switch, routers, and firewalls, which are more important in today's network. Then we will learn about IDS, IPS, and HIDS. Don't worry about their full forms. I'm going to tell you the full forms in these upcoming sections. Access points, wireless range extender. Since in today's world wireless networks have become more important, we are going to talk about wireless range extender, and then DHCP server. So I hope you find this section very interesting, and I would like to tell you that please do not skip a single lecture of this entire course, because we have worked day and night to make this course as simple as possible for you, and we have explained all these examples with terms and terminologies in a very simple manner. So let us get started with the first networking device, that is the network interface card. Those of you aren't familiar with the network interface cards probably want to be at this point. So here goes. A network interface card NIC is installed in your computer to connect or interface your computer to the network. It provides the physical, electrical, electronic connections to the network media. The network interface card is a layer 2 device, that is, it works at the data link layer. Do you remember we have seen the data link layer in the OSI model? Right. So the network interface card is known as a layer 2 device because the information it uses for communication, the MAC address, it resides on data link layer. A network interface card is either an expansion card or is built right into the computer's motherboard. Today, almost all NICs are built into the computer motherboard, providing a speed of around 1000 megabits per second. Now make sure that this is megabits per second and not megabytes per second. We have seen the differences in earlier sections. Nowadays, most PCs and laptops of all types come with an Ethernet and wireless connector built into the motherboard. So you usually do not need a separate interface card. It's rare to find a laptop today without a built-in wireless network card, but you can buy an external wireless cards for desktops and laptops if you've got the legacy equipment that needs them. So long story short, in short, you need to just remember that a network interface card is a kind of a chip which is installed in your computer that allows you to connect your computer to the network. Now how this chip works and how this allows us to connect is not a part of the basic fundamentals of computer networking. It goes more into electronics. You just have to remember the functioning of the network interface card, that is, it is used to connect your PC to the wireless network. The next lecture, we will talk about an interesting device known as the hub. You have heard hub many times from me, so in the next lecture we will explore what a hub actually is. Well, in the previous two lectures we have seen what a network interface card is and the overall devices which we are going to learn in this section. Now it's time to move on to the next device, that is the hub. You have heard hub many times from me throughout this lecture, and in this lecture I will tell you more about a hub. So as you learned earlier, a hub is a device that connects all the segments of the network together in a star topology. So as the hub has no intelligence, it is a layer 1 device. So basically what is a hub? It's a device which is used to connect two or more network segments together. So it acts as a central point. We have seen in the star topology that the central device which connects all the hosts is a hub. Now in that case, the hub was connected to all other computers. Similarly, different network segments can be used to connect together through a hub. Now hub has no intelligence. What does it mean? What is a no intelligence device? Basically, a no intelligence device is a device which does not recognize any frames or data packets that are sent through it. For example, consider a network of having 5 PCs, let's say A, B, C, D and E. Now you need to visualize what I'm telling you. So suppose if A PC wants to send a data packet to frame E. So when the data packet passes through the hub does not recognize that this packet is only intended for frame E. I'm sorry, for host E. It randomly sends the packets to all the hosts, and that is why it is a no intelligence device. Now, each device in the network connects directly to the hub through a single cable, and it is used to connect multiple devices without segmenting a network. Any transmission received on one port will be sent out to all other ports in the hub, including the receiving pair for the transmitting device, like I explained a couple of minutes ago. So basically, this means that if one station sends a broadcast to all others will receive it, yet on the addressing found on the frame is different and it is intended only for the recipient. Now this arrangement simulates the physical bus that the CSMA CD standard was based upon. Don't worry about these terminologies CSMA and CD. I am going to explain all these in the upcoming lectures. So again, do not skip any lecture. However, if there were 20 users on one PC, and if suppose one computer wants to personally chat with another PC, the entire message gets delivered to all the hosts. This results in the wastage of resources, wastage of electricity, and that is why hub is not used for today's resources, because in today's networks there are around millions of PCs connected to each other, and you don't want the message to be delivered to all other remaining hosts on the network. So what you need to remember about hub is that hub is a no intelligence device, and it is just used to connect all the network segments together. A broadcast sent out by any device on the hub will be propagated to all the devices connected to it. You have to remember this because this might be asked in a question where you have to tell the difference between a hub and a bridge. So in the next lecture, we'll talk more about bridge. In the last lecture, we talked about a hub which basically connects different network segments together. But I also told you that hub is a non-intelligence device, which means it transfers segments packets to all other devices. In this lecture, we are going to talk about a bridge. A bridge, specifically a transparent bridge, is a network device that connects two similar network segments together. Its primary function is to keep traffic separated on either side of the bridge, breaking up the collision domains, as you can see on the screen. Now on the screen you can see that I'll take the example of yes, so you can clearly see a laser pointer. Yes, so now this segment is now suppose this laptop wants to communicate with this PC. So if it was a hub here, this laptop would send a packet to this hub, and unnecessarily the hub would transmit the packet to this PC, to this PC, to this PC, and to everyone. So what a bridge does is basically it separates this traffic from this traffic. So you don't need to actually send each and every packet to every other device. Then transmission is allowed to pass through the bridge only if it is intended for the opposite side. For example, if this PC wants to send the packet to this PC, then only the bridge will allow the packet to pass. And that is why sometimes some network professionals also call bridge as an intelligent hub. Basically, it is transmitting the packet to and fro in the network. It is the same function as the hub, but in this case, bridge is using its mechanism to actually see if that packet is really intended for the opposite side of the network. It just doesn't keep on transmitting random packets to each and every receiver. Now, bridge uses MAC address to make forwarding decisions, and hence bridge is considered as a layer 2 device. Now, bridge and switch are almost similar, and the term bridge and switch are often used interchangeably because the two devices mostly use the bridging technologies. The past tense is there for a reason. You'd be hard pressed to buy a bridge today, so keep buying bridge, but make sure that you clearly understand the difference between bridge, hub, and a switch. It is really very important that you understand all these differences. Now, before moving ahead with the contention methods, you first need to understand what a wireless range extender is. What can you guess? I'll give you 5 seconds to answer or think. Think from the name, what is a wireless range extender? Yeah, so if we guess that this device is used to extend the range of the device, then you're probably right. In some cases, you need the VLAN to extend further than the technology in use is designed to deliver. In that case, we can deploy what is called a range extender. Now, these are radios and antennas that operate in the same frequency or channel and receive the signal as a station would, and then retransmit it in the direction you desire your clients that are out of the reach of the original access point. For example, as you can see on the screen here, I'll just mark it. Yeah. So if you can see in the screen, this person is here is using an internet network, but this guy wants to use the network, but the range of this access point is only till here. It does not extend further. The range is here blocking here. So what to do? Now they have installed a wireless range extender here. You can see I've marked it with green color. Yes. So now what this wireless range extender does is catches this frequency and then re-emits in all the parameter available. So now this person here can access the Wi-Fi or the internet of this room. So in short, wireless range extenders are basically used to extend the range of the original access point so that anyone who is out of range of the original access point can access the internet without any issues. This is all for range extender. In the next lecture, we will see what is meant by a contention method, and we will have introduction to two main contention methods that you must understand in computer networking. Because it is impossible for wireless stations to detect collisions, a contention method is required to arbitrate access to the network. This method is the CSMA-CA method, that is collision avoidance method, which is used. Now it requires a more involved process of checking for existing wireless traffic before a frame can be transmitted wirelessly. The stations must also acknowledge the frames upon receiving the frame or sending the frame. Now let us have a look at the process of CSMA-CA. Now consider two PCs, laptop A and laptop B, and laptop A has to wirelessly send a frame to laptop B. So before sending, laptop A must check for traffic in two ways, right? First, it performs a carrier sense, which means it listens to see whether any radio waves are being received on its transmitter. So next, if the channel is not clear, the traffic is being transmitted, laptop A will decrement an internal countdown mechanism called the random backoff algorithm, which we have just discussed. This counter will have started counting after the last time this station is allowed to transmit, and all the stations will be counting down their individual timers. Now, if laptop A checks for the carrier sense and then there is no traffic and its timer hits 0, it will send the frame and the frame is received to the access point. Now the access point sends an acknowledgement back to the laptop A saying that it has received a frame from laptop A. Until that acknowledgement is received by laptop A, all other stations must remain silent. This is very important. Unless and until the laptop A receives acknowledgement from the access point that, hey dude, I have received your frame, so I'll do my work now. Now till this conversation, all other stations on the network must remain silent. The access point will cache the frame where it already may have other cached frames that need to be relayed to other stations. Each frame that the access point needs to relay must wait its turn to send the frame using the same mechanism that we have seen. Now when the frame's turn comes up in the cache queue, the frame from laptop A will be relayed to laptop B. and laptop B sends an acknowledgement back to the access point saying that, hey dude, I have received an acknowledgement, I have received a frame from you, so this is the acknowledgement. And all other stations must again remain silent. So this was the working of CSMA-CA method, contention method for wireless networks. Now if you haven't understood the working, I recommend you to go back and see the video again so that you have a clear shot at CSMA-CA method. Again, if you have any doubts, please feel free to ask us in the Q&A section, where we'll try to answer your questions within 48 hours. And again, if you're enjoying this course, I really request you to please leave a rating for our course. You can see the rating tab on the right hand top corner of your laptop or a website if you're using a laptop machine. In the next lecture, we will see a different contention method which is used for a wired network, and I hope you understand the difference between these two mechanisms. In the previous two lectures, we have discussed the contention method of carrier sense MA and along with collision avoidance. And in this, we will see carrier sense multiple access with collision detection. Let's look at the difference between them. Now, what is CSMA/CD? When the device sending the frame is transmitting onto a wired network, the CSMA-CD contention method is used. This method is somewhat more efficient because it is possible for wired computers to detect collisions while wireless stations cannot detect it. Now, when a host's or a router's interface needs to send a frame, it checks the wire, and if no traffic is detected, it sends it without checking a random backoff timer. However, it continues to listen, and if it detects that a collision has occurred, it sends out a jam signal. Okay, it sends out a jam signal that requires all the stations to stop transmitting. Then the two computers that were involved in the collision will both wait a random amount of time, that is a random backoff algorithm, and the counters will decrement to 0. So instead of using a random break-off algorithm every time a transmission occurs, Ethernet uses its ability to detect collisions and uses this timer only when required, which makes the process more efficient. I hope you have an overview of CSMA-CD. In the next lecture, we'll discuss the operation of CSMA-CD like we have discussed the operation of CSMA-CA method. Okay, great. In the last lecture, we have seen the introduction to carrier sense multiple access with collision detection, which is mostly used in the wired network, and CSMA-CA is used for wireless networks. Now, how does CSMA-CD really works? Well, the contention method is used in Ethernet, and the mechanism it helps to minimize, but it does not eliminate collisions. I have already said in the previous lecture. Now, the first step is when a device needs to transmit, it checks the wire. If the transmission is already under the way, the device can tell. This is called as carrier sense. Now, why did I use the word wire? Because in this lecture, in this contention method, the medium is actually the wire. Whereas in the CSMA-CA method, the medium was wireless medium. Second step, if the wire is clear, the device will transmit even as it is transmitting, as it performs carrier sense. Okay, so we have finished this step, we have finished this step. Third step, if another host is sending simultaneously, there will be a collision, right? The collision is detected by both the devices through carrier sense. Now both the devices will issue a jam signal. Both the devices will issue a jam signal to all the devices, which indicates them to not transmit any frames. Then both of the devices will increment a retransmission counter. Now this is a cumulative total of the number of times this frame has been transmitted and a collision has occurred. So the counter has a maximum number at which the device aborts the transmission of the frame. And finally, both the device calculate a random amount of time and will wait for that amount of time before transmitting again. Now, in most of the cases, because both the devices choose random amounts of time to wait, another collision will most probably not occur because the time is not same. The time is not same for both the devices as it can vary, and that is why CSMACD works perfectly in the wired network. This was all for the contention methods. We have seen two contention methods. To summarize, the two methods are CSMACA and CSMACD. CSMACA works perfectly for wireless networks, and CSMACD works best for the wired networks, that is the Ethernet. The CA stands for collision avoidance and the CD stands for collision detection. That's it, folks, for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will have introduction to one of the most important servers in the computer networking history, and that is the DHCP server, that is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, so let's start the interesting topic of DHCP server. Even though I'm going to get into the finer points of DHCP in chapter 6, Introduction to the Internet Protocol, where we are going to learn everything about the IP, I just want to give you some basic insight into this service server here. So let us get started. In essence, DHCP server, that is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, as the name suggests, assigns IP addresses to hosts. Now, this protocol gives us a much easier way to administer by automatically providing the IP information than the alternative and tedious method of static IP addressing. Now, a DHCP server is configured by the administrator with a pool of addresses which can get some addresses of the limits. Now, these are called as IP addresses used by the DHCP server. DHCP server isn't on the same segment as the DHCP client, and this is one of the main hitch of the DHCP server. The broadcast won't be received by the server because by default routers will not forward broadcast. Now, this property of router I have already told you in the previous lectures. Now, there's a figure on the screen. I want you to pay complete attention to that figure. Now, in the figure, router A is configured with the IP helper address command on the interface E0 of the router. Let me show you. Router A, here is router A, is configured with address E0 on its interface. The router A will forward that request as a unicast, meaning instead of a broadcast, the packet now has destination IP address of the DHCP server. See, this is the DHCP server. So as shown in the figure, you can configure router A to forward these requests and even use multiple DHCP servers for redundancy if needed. You can see here are the multiple DHCP servers. This works because the router has been configured to forward the request to a single server using a unicast or by sending the request to multiple servers via a directed broadcast. So you can see the router is going to forward single request here. Now, personally, most of the time I use a Windows server to act as a DHCP server for my entire internet work and have my routers forward the client requests. Now, it is possible to have a DHCP server on every network segment, but that is not necessary because of the router's forwarding ability. Now, in the next lecture, I'm going to tell you about the DHCP operations, in which you're going to learn if when a device or when a host approaches the DHCP server for an IP address, how is that process exactly takes place in the real internet network. So in the next lecture, let us see the DHCP operations. Okay, in the last lecture, we had an introduction to the DHCP server, and as I said, I'm going to talk about the DHCP server operations in this lecture. So now let us say this PC is your PC. Let me use the pen. Yes, this PC is your PC, and this is the DHCP server. Okay, so now what happens? Now the first step is the DHCP client broadcast the DHCP discover message, which means that the client or the host, in this case which is your machine, will ask the DHCP server for an IP address. Now I want to tell you one thing. You would have a question in your mind that why would my PC need an IP address? I already have an IP address. Well, when you log into the internet, your IP address keeps on changing, right? You do not have the one static IP address when you are connected to the internet. Your PC has a separate IP address and a separate MAC address, which is hard coded MAC address, and the MAC address doesn't change, but your IP can change. So when you connect to a VPN, at that time, what your host does is your host asks the VPN's DHCP server to give you a IP address. Now, the next step is the DHCP server replies with the DHCP offer message saying that, hey, this is the IP address or the pool of IP address which I am giving you. So if you're okay with it, just let me know. This is the IP address. Now your host will say DHCP client responds with DHCP request message. It says, okay, I would like to have this IP address, so please give me this IP address. And finally, the DHCP server completes with DHCP acknowledgement message. And after this step is done, your PC will finally get the IP address. And in this way, DHCP server actually works. Now, if you need to provide address from a DHCP server to hosts that aren't on the same local area network, you can configure your router to relay or forward the DHCP client requests. Don't worry, let me explain you in simple words. For example, let us say you have two networks. Okay, you have two networks. Consider this as the A network and consider this as A network and consider this as the B network. So okay, if there are two networks and your host is here and your DHCP client is here, DHCP server is here, and now you need to provide addresses, but this DHCP server has already been full of the addresses. It doesn't have any more addresses. So what you do is you want addresses from this DHCP server, okay? But this is in another network and you are here. So what would you do? Now you will contact this DHCP server for pool of addresses, but this DHCP server says that, hey, I don't have any more addresses as the addresses are full. So what is DHCP relay is actually this server transfers the requests or basically forwards the request to this server here. And therefore, in this way, this DHCP server can respond back to this server, and then this server can respond back to you to get your IP address. This entire process is called as DHCP relay or DHCP forward. Okay, congratulations. I'm really proud that you have made till this lecture, and it takes real enthusiasm and real motivation to do. Now, till now, we have completed the major networking devices that will be required in your coursework or during your interview preparations. In the next lecture, we will have an introduction to other network devices which also exists, and I'm pretty sure that no other course on the internet or on any other platform will teach you these other devices. So it's my humble request that if you're really enjoying this course, I would just expect a rating from your side. It almost takes only 30 seconds to give a rating. That's all instructors can expect from you. And if you motivate us, your feedback really motivates us to do more courses. So in the next lecture, we are going to start or have an introduction to the other network devices that are really very important from networking point of view. Okay, so in this lecture, we are going to talk about multi-layer switch and load balancer. So this is a multi-layer switch. You can see on the screen it has multiple layers. A multi-layer switch, MLS, is a computer networking device that switches on open systems interconnection, that is OSI layers, layer 2, that is the data link layer. It is like an ordinary network switch, but it provides routing. A 24 port multi-layer switch gives you the best of both worlds. It operates at layer 3 while providing 24 collision domains, which a router could not do. 24 collision domains, which means 24 different ports and 24 different domains, so that there can be minimal or less collision avoidance. Now, the major difference between the packet switching operation of a router and that of a layer 3 or a multi-layer switch lies in the physical implementation. In routers, packet switching takes place using a microprocessor, whereas layer 3 switch handles this by using application specific integrated circuit, that is ASIC hardware. On the screen there is a picture of layer 3 switch. You can see that they look like layer 2 switches, but they are multi-layers, and the major difference lies in the hardware inside of the multi-layer switch and the operating system. Now, what is a load balancer? From the name you can guess that this device might be reducing the load. Well, you are right. Your average router just sends incoming packets to the specified correlative IP addresses on the network. But a load balancer can actually send the incoming packets to multiple machines hidden behind one IP address. Cool, right? I mean, it really reduces the load. Today's load balancing routers follow various rules to determine specifically how they will route network traffic. Depending upon your needs, you can set rules based on the least load, fault tolerance, fastest response time, or you can end up just dividing outbound requests for smooth network operation. Think about this scenario, okay? Say you have a website where people are placing orders for the stuff you have got for sale. Obviously, the orders placed vary in size and the rate at which they come in also varies. You definitely wouldn't want your servers becoming so overloaded that they hose up and crash your site, causing you to lose a hell lot of money. Now, what would you do? That's where the load balancing of the traffic comes into picture. Because even if one of the servers freezes, your customers will still be able to access your site and place orders. That is why in today's world, sites like Google, Amazon, Apple, or IBM, there are a hell lot of examples which actually use load balancers because they have a lot of visitors coming from all over the globe. Just imagine Amazon, how it might be handling the requests that are coming throughout the globe, right? With the help of load balancer. You got it right. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the DNS server, which is one of the most important topics in computer networking. Let us start with domain name service server, that is a DNS server. Now, what is a DNS server? A domain name service DNS server is one of the most important servers in your work and the internet as well. Now, why it is so important? Because without a DNS server, you would have to type http // IP address instead of simply entering www.google.com. So it allows that you can pretty much think of the DNS system as the phone book of the internet, right? It is better to remember the names than to remember IP addresses. So DNS server consists of a host name, that is a device which has an IP address. And on the internet, it is a part of what is known as a fully qualified domain name, FQDN. So basically, FQDN is a combination of host name and domain name. And the process of finding the IP address for any given host name is known as the name resolution process. As the name suggests, you give the name and the web server or the DNS server specifically will return the IP address that is associated with that name. That is known as the name resolution. Now, which are the top level domains in use? Now, on the internet, domains are arranged in a hierarchical tree structure. The following list includes some of the top level domains in current use. .com is a commercial organization. Amazon.com, Google.com, Microsoft.com, Apple.com. Then .edu is an educational establishment such as a university. Stanford.edu, MIT.edu, then California University.edu. .gov. It is a branch of the US government, but in your country specifically, let's consider the example of India from where I am. www.passport.gov.in. You have seen that after .gov sometimes there are initials of your country, which means that under .government the domain is given for specifically for your country. Then is .int, an international organization such as NATO or the United Nations. .net. .net is a network organization, and .org is a non-profit organization. Now, your local internet service provider is probably a member of the .net domain, because the internet service provider comes under the network organization, and your company, or let's say if you're working in a company, then you come under the part of .com. And if you are studying in a university, and if your university has a website, they come under an education establishment. In other parts of the world, the final part of the domain represents the country in which the server is located. For example, .ca for Canada, .jp for Japan, .uk for Great Britain, and .in for India. Now, well over 130 countries are represented on the internet. But for most of the websites that you have seen on the internet, the .com domain is by far the largest, followed by the .edu domain. So .com is the largest domain, followed by the .edu domain. So this is first, this is second. And there are over 130 countries throughout the globe. There are, so for example, let's say google.in. So what does this .in means? What does this .in means? It means that this server is located the server of Google is located in India. So whenever someone from India accesses or tries to ask a query on Google, the request is forwarded to the server that is located in the Indian subcontinent, okay? Now, in the next lecture, we'll have an introduction to the different record types, and I'll tell you what a record means in the DNS server. Okay, in the last lecture, we had a brief introduction to the DNS server. Now, to complete unqualified domain name service names that will be used to search and submit DNS queries at the client for resolution, you must have a list of DNS suffixes that can be appended to these DNS names. For DHCP clients, this can be set by assigning the DNS domain name option and providing a single DNS suffix for the client to append and use in searches. Now, in this lecture, we are going to talk about the DNS record types. Address mapping record A. Now, host is called an A record, and what it gives is it gives you the IP address of a domain or a host. In IP version 6, it is called a quad or a 4 times A record. Now, your A records, so these records, let me take the pointer. Yeah. So these records resolve the host names to IP addresses. But what happens if you know the IP address and then you want to host name? Well, there is a record for it too. That is a pointer record which formulates back or points back to the name. Now, canonical name record, that is the CNAME record. Now, the CNAME record can be used as an alias to a host name or another host name. When a DNS client requests a record that contains a canonical name which points to the another host name, the DNS resolution process is repeated with a new host name. So basically, CNAME is used to point to another host name, and then this process continues where finally the new host name is obtained. The next is the mail exchanger record, that is the MX record. The MX record points to the mail exchanger for a particular host. Now, DNS is structured so that you can actually specify several mail exchangers for one host. So basically, the MX record is involved in sending and receiving emails through a particular server. Name server records, that is the NS records. Now, NS records specifies that a DNS zone, such as let's say google.com, is dedicated to a specific authoritative name server, and it provides the address of the name server. So what is authoritative name server? Authoritative name server is basically, let's say, www.google.com, then Google is the authoritative name server, .com is the root level server. We have seen the different domains or the different .com designations in the last lecture, and I have told you that the domains, that is top level domains, or the root level domains, and .com is one of the root level domain, and therefore authoritative name server is Google. Reverse lookup pointer records allows a DNS resolver to provide an IP address and receive a host name. So what a record does basically, what this record does is basically you give the name and it will return an IP address. Okay, it will return an IP address. But in case of this reverse lookup pointer, you give an IP address, so it allows the DNS resolver to provide an IP address and receive a host name. So it's a vice versa process. The next is certificate record, that is the cert record. Now, the certificate record stores encryption certificates, for example, PKIX, that is public key infrastructure, SPK, PGP, and so on. Now, when you go to www.google.com in the browser, in the web bar, suppose this is the web bar, and here is www.com, there is a small lock here, okay, if the certificate or if this website is protected. When you click here, there is a box which tells you that certificate is stored. Now, where is this certificate stored? The certificate is actually stored in the certificate record. Okay. Next is service location, that is the SRV record. SRV record is a generalized service location record which is used for newer protocols instead of creating protocol specific records. Then is the TXT records. TXT records are used to provide authentication of mail sent and received by the same email system. It basically works on the sender receiver policy. For example, if any one of you has created a website or they host the website, they might be knowing that when you want to verify your website, you have to add the TXT record in place, and you have to verify the TXT record after a certain point from the original server, and then if that is verified by the mail exchanger, then only you are allowed to send and receive third-party emails on your server. The next is the SOA record, that is the start of authority. Now, this record appears at the beginning of the DNS zone file, and it indicates the authoritative name server, for example Google, for the current DNS zone. It also provides the contact details for the domain administrator, domain serial number, and information on how frequently DNS information for this zone should be refreshed. Now, in the next lecture, I'm going to discuss about the different types of DNS and external internal DNS. But before going ahead, we are going to use a DNS dumpster, that is dumpster practical, where you will find how to calculate or how to find out the information from a domain name server. It's a great practical and I recommend you to not skip the practical. I will see you in the next lecture. Now let us move on to the last lecture of the DNS server. In this lecture, we are going to see the different types of the DNS. Now the first type is the dynamic DNS. At one time, all the DNS records had to be manually entered into the DNS server and then edited manually when changes occurred. For example, earlier, let's say there were 10 websites and there were 10 domain names and there were 10 IP addresses. It was simple at that time, right? But today there are millions of websites on the internet and the DNS administrator can't just add and remove and delete and update the DNS records manually. It is a hell lot of tedious tasks to do all those things manually. And therefore today, domain name server is a dynamic server and works in a consort with DHCP function. Hosts register their names with the DNS server as they receive their IP address configuration from the DHCP server. Some older operating systems are not capable of self-registrations, for example Windows NT, but the DHCP server can even be configured to perform the registration on behalf of these clients with the DNS server. This doesn't mean that manual records cannot be created if desired. In fact, some of the record types that we have discussed should be created manually. That is the MX record and the CNAME record. That is the canonical name record. The next type of the DNS is internal and external DNS. DNS servers can be located in the demilitarized zone we have seen earlier or inside the intranet as you can see on the screen. When located in the demilitarized zone, the DNS server should only contain the records of the devices that are placed inside the DMZ. Implementing separate internal and external DNS servers might require you to include external resource records. Now you need to know this when the Active Directory forest root uses the same DNS name as the external network, or when you want to reference the externally accessible resources by their true IP addresses. Well, don't worry, this is a lot of things. You actually don't need to know the different types of DNS. I just told you because it is my duty to provide all the knowledge that is required for you to crack your interviews. Well, that's it folks. We have successfully completed the networking devices of DNS servers. Wait. There are other networking devices as well, but those are pretty simple and you just need to understand the basic working behind them. Again, if you're really enjoying this course, I would like to request you to please rate our course, and I'm waiting for your rating to be appeared on the screen. So in the next lecture, I will tell you of one of the most interesting servers that we keep using all the time, that is the proxy server. Okay, so now that we have completed the domain name system server, that is the DNS server, now let us move on to the proxy server. A proxy server is basically a type of a server that handles its client machine requests by forwarding them onto other servers while allowing granular control over the traffic between the local area network and the internet. Now when it receives a request, the proxy server will then connect to the specific server that can fulfill the request for the client that wants it. A proxy server operates at the application layer. So a proxy server operates at the application layer. Well, that went far away. Let me just erase it and I'll try to draw a straight line this time. So application layer. Okay, yeah, fine. That's it. Sometimes now the proxy server modifies the client's request or a server's response to it, or even it handles the client request itself. So it modifies the client request. Now, it will actually cache or remember the specific server that would have normally been contacted for the request. Now, basically, a proxy server helps in limiting the availability of sites that user can access. For example, let's say this is your machine, this is the proxy server, and you want to communicate through this server. Okay, this is the server. Now what will proxy server do in this case is it will now, instead of forwarding the directly to request to this, what your machine using the proxy server does is first you transfer the request to the proxy server, and then the proxy server transfers the request to the main server. So it acts as in between. In case of ethical hacking also, proxy server plays an important role, because in ethical hacking we use a tool called as Burp Suite, which is actually a proxy modifier. It acts as a proxy, and instead of sending the request directly to the main server, the Burp Suite captures the request from the client, and then we can modify the request to test the vulnerabilities present in the direct server. Now make sure that there are three major types of proxy servers. So the first type is, okay, so let me choose the pen. Yeah, the first type is web proxy server. Now, a web proxy server is usually used to create a web cache. You experience this when you Google a site you have visited before, right? The web proxy remembers you, and the site not only loads faster, it sometimes even recalls your personal information by automatically filling in your username. You can try this. Just visit to amazon.in or amazon.com and fill your details and quit. And after some time, again try to visit the same site. The details get auto-filled. The next is caching proxy server. A caching proxy server is basically a server which speeds up the network's service requests by recovering information from a client's earlier request. Now, caching proxies keep local copies of the resources requested often, which really helps in minimizing the upstream use of bandwidth. These servers can greatly enhance the network performance. And finally, the last type of the proxy server is reverse proxy server. Now, I would like to mention one more thing about reverse proxy server is that unlike the forward proxy server, that is a normal proxy server, a reverse proxy takes requests from the internet and forwards them to servers in an internal network, whereas the forward proxy we discussed in this lecture takes client requests and then sends them to internet. Earlier I mentioned a tool called as Burp Suite. I guess you must have listened. Yeah. So Burp Suite acts as forward proxy as well as reverse proxy. Now, if you want to learn more about Burp Suite, do not forget to check our ethical hacking course and bug bounty courses, in which you'll gain complete knowledge of how to hunt bounties and earn rewards. My students have earned in thousands and dollars of rewards. Even I am a bug bounty hunter, but mostly I do as auditing this current, it will pass for 2 to 3 years. But yes, bug bounty hunting is a growing field. I've done a lot of bounties I've earned and helped clients. But yeah, again, not going far away from the subject, if you want to know more about proxy servers, how they are used in ethical hacking, do not forget to check our course. That's it for a proxy server. I hope you have a basic idea. So a proxy server is basically a server which acts as a middleman. Instead of trying to communicate directly to the main server, you communicate to the main server through a proxy server. Now in the next lecture, we are going to talk about encryption devices which are used in the internet network. Okay, now let us talk something about the encryption devices. Although a number of the devices we have discussed earlier can perform encryption services, there are dedicated appliances that can perform encryption as well. The advantage of using these devices is that they normally provide more choice of encryption methods and stronger encryption options. They also offload the process from other devices like routers and services, which has a good thing because encryption and decryption process is a very tedious, intensive process, and it involves other functions that routers and servers might not be performing. Sometimes these devices are called as encryption gateways. As you can see on the screen, this is an encryption appliance. They can either sit in the line with a local server and encrypting and decrypting all the traffic, or they can function as an appliance or application server encrypting any file that is sent to them within a network. Now you can see the examples of the encryption devices on your screen. While an encryption appliance is dedicated to encryption, a content filtering appliance scans the content of what goes through it and filters out specific content or content types. Now, dedicating a device to this process offloads the work from the servers or routers that could do this, but at a cost of greatly slowing the devices. Also, there is usually more functionality and granular control available with a dedicated appliance, and that is why we employ encryption devices in our network. Email is a good example of what you might run through one of these devices to filter out spam and objectionable content before the email is delivered. Another example of the use of a content filter might be to block basic websites based on the content of the web pages rather than on the basis of the URL or IP address. An example of a dedicated content or URL filtering application from a security point of view is shown on the screen, that is the DNA 120 rare view. In the next lecture, we will talk about analog modem. So I hope this lecture was pretty clear. The basic function of the encryption devices is to encrypt and prevent the data from malicious use or to just filter out packets. That's it. Now in the next lecture, we'll talk something about the analog modem. So now in this lecture, I'm going to explain in short about analog modem, packet shaper and VPN concentrator. Now for this course, you do not need to know in detail of these working of these devices. You just need to know what and how these devices work and what are they basically used for. So what is an analog modem? A modem, that is a modulator and a demodulator, combination of these both. So a modem is a device that modulates an analog carrier signal to encode digital information and then demodulates the signal to decode the transmitted information. I gave you an example of this when I explained the access points earlier in the section, because an access point modulates and demodulates a signal just like a modem. Figure on the screen shows a current analog modem that can be used here in today's network, although it's slow throughput. So in short, the goal of analog modem is to produce a signal that can be transmitted easily and decoded to reproduce the original data back. These signals are transmitted over telephone lines and demodulated by another modem at the receiver side in order to read the digital data. Now, because modems connect to phone lines, the location and installation of these devices is fairly cut and dried. It will have to have a near phone line with one end connected to the phone line and another to a computer or modem bank. The analog modem operates at layer 1, that is the physical layer, just like a repeater. Next is the packet shaper. Now, packet shaping, also known as traffic shaping, is a form of rate limiting and internet traffic management technique that delays some or all the packets to bring them into a compliance with you or your company's traffic profile. The figure on the screen shows a dedicated packet shaper from a Blue Coat, a company Blue Coat. So yeah, this process is to use to optimize the guaranteed performance, improve latency, or increase usable bandwidth for some kinds of packets by delaying other kinds decided on by you. And the last device of this lecture is going to be VPN concentrator. A VPN concentrator is a device that accepts multiple VPN connections from remote locations. Now, although this function can be performed by a router or a server, as with the encryption gateways and content filtering devices discussed earlier, the same performance benefits can be derived from dedicated a specific device should be dedicated to this. And this device is nothing but the VPN concentrator. Moreover, additional functionality usually comes with these devices, one of which is shown in the figure on your screen. Well, that is it. I hope you understand the meaning of analog modem, which is used to modulate and demodulate a signal. Then packet shaper is to limit the number of packets, and VPN concentrator is to provide the VPN connections from remote locations, multiple VPN connections from remote locations. Well, that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to see about the media converters and voice over internet protocol modems, that is the VoIP devices. Well, now in this lecture, we are going to talk about the media converters and next generation firewalls. We have actually talked about firewalls in the earlier sections, but I had kept next generation firewalls, that is NGFW, for this lecture. Okay, so media converters are used when you need to convert one type of cabling to another type. This might be required to convert from one type of fiber to another or from Ethernet to fiber. For example, a figure on your screen shows an Ethernet to fiber conversion box. Obviously, the location of these devices depends on where the conversion needs to take place. Media converters operate at layer 1, that is the physical layer. Now, the next is next generation firewall, that is NGFW. Next generation firewalls are a category of devices that attempt to address traffic inspection and application awareness shortcomings of a traditional stateful firewall without hampering the performance. Now, although devices also attempt to address these issues, they need to use a separate internal engine to perform individual security functions. Well, this means a packet may be examined several times by different engines to determine whether it should be allowed into the network. Now, next generation firewalls are application aware, which means they can distinguish between specific applications instead of allowing all the traffic coming in via typical ports. Moreover, they examine packets only once during a deep packet inspection phase, which is required to detect malware and anomalies. Well, that's it. We have completed all the networking devices that you needed to know for this section. In the next lecture, we will just see the benefits of routers, and finally we'll conclude this section by having a quick recap and what you actually need to remember from this section, and I will tell you about a next section which you're going to study. So I'll see you in the next lecture where we will discuss a few benefits of routers and why do we need routers in our internet network. Now let us conclude this section by talking something about routers. Okay, routers are used to connect together and to route packets of data from one network to another. Cisco has become the de facto standard for routers because of its high quality router products, great selection and fantastic service. Routers by default break up a broadcast domain. Now, breaking up a broadcast domain is important because when a host or a server sends a network broadcast, every device on the network must read and process that broadcast unless you've got a router. So when a router's interface receives this broadcast, it can respond by basically saying thanks but no thanks and discard the broadcast without forwarding it on the networks. Now, even though routers are known for breaking up broadcast domains by default, it's important to remember that they break up collision domains as well. So in short, routers are the devices which break broadcast domains as well as collision domains. Now there are a couple of disadvantages and advantages as well, but first we'll see advantages. Routers do not forward broadcasts by default or multicast packets. Now, routers use logical address in the network layer header. Then routers can use access lists to control security on the type of packets. Routers can provide layer 2 switching, we all know that. So that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, in the last lecture of this section, we will have a quick recap and summary of what we have seen and learned in this section. I'm super awesome and super proud to tell you that you have finally reached the end of this section of networking devices. Whew, this chapter covered quite a bit of information. You learned the difference between a router, a switch, and a hub, and when to use each one. I also covered some devices that you might find in a network today, but not as often, such as VPN concentrators and content filters. The information I discussed about DNS and DHCP is critical to your success on different exams like Network Plus, CCNA, and many more, and I highly suggest that you revisit those sections because generally questions are being asked on DHCP, DNS, and other things at your interview. I covered how both the DNS and DHCP services work on the network, and I also discussed about the DHCP operations, if you remember. In addition to the most common devices, I discussed the specialized network devices mentioned in the network objectives of the exams. I finished the chapter or the section by discussing collision and the broadcast domains, as well as how would you use a router and the benefits of routers. All of the information in this section is fundamental and you must understand it before moving on to the next chapters or the next sections of this course. So if you have any doubts, I recommend you to please revisit all the sections if you have any doubts. So what do you need to focus on? You need to focus on how DHCP works and its purpose. Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol provides IP configuration information onto hosts. It is important to know how a DHCP client requests information from a server, how a server receives this information, and also how the server responds to the client and with what type of information. Now, I would like to tell you one thing, that whenever I tell you about a quick recap or what you should focus on, it is the mantra that you should always follow while studying computer networking. At the end of each section, I have a quick recap video which will tell you exactly what do you need to focus to get you certified as CCNA or network exam or anything. Only questions on these topics will be asked in your exam, mark my words. Then next, you should understand how DNS works and its purposes. Domain name service is used to resolve human names to IP addresses. Understanding how DNS resolves these names is critical, as is understanding how a DNS query is sent and how a DNS server responds. Then you need to understand the difference between a hub, a switch, and a router. A hub just connects network segments together. A switch or a bridge segments the network using MAC addresses, and a router segments the network using logical addressing, that is the IP address. Switches break up collision domains and routers break up broadcast domains by default. Also remember the different names for a router. A router is also called a layer 3 hardware switch, but it can also be called a multi-layer switch. Then remember the various devices used on networks today and when and how would you use them in different scenarios. And finally, make sure that you understand the working of proxy servers and access points, as these two devices are commonly used in today's internet network.